Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back. We are here for more Ace Attorney Chronicles. We left off last time. We had just the secret, or allegedly secret third person at the night of the murder, who was at the well, I guess who was there at the night of the murder, was recently sequestered, and is our good old friend Egbert Benedict, obviously a fake name, who turns out to be I don't know, I forget his name. We'll see it, but yeah, we were in the middle of cross-examination. We hadn't started though. Accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting that I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found on the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrew tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. Complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. I need to find a way of getting more information out of this man. Compared to the bungling burglar type, he seems as innocent as a child. Or perhaps the Skulkin puzzle might be the key here. Oh, could they be? Could they be somehow? Remember, if we don't prove this witness has something connected to the incident here, he'll be free to leave. I know, I can't let that happen. Listen to those statements again. See if there's something I can make one of them tell us more. So let's start with the contentious comments.
Hold it!
Yeah. Have you seen these two men before? He's obviously gonna say no. This pair? No. I don't associate with criminals. As I'm said by a man who introduced himself as Egbert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thanks for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of innocence.
Hold it!
So, where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire, certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to understand a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. What he said. A silent victory, Wiggle. Thanks. Even if certain parties represent to claim I'm scene.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Stone's chemical analysis provided but I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual blood has different blood types. Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyways? Oh, I assumed all under the name. He's a great, well, renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had enough to hear with this. How many times I gotta tell you? No, not you either. Yes, I know. You're not Big Bro Silky. I'm not talking about you. Mr. Nash Skulkin. God blimey, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Eh? You mean me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if we waves an arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. Eh? What wound? Where you took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Oh, L's bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, he seems. On account of your injured arm. But you just said you didn't know that. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by the bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. Uh-oh. But you know, you do have a right to refuse, but usually refusing basically is the same as saying it's like that. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Is he gonna object? As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I never heard it had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where the fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. Your claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery? My lord, the defense would like that last statement be added to the Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. I think that's not true. The bottom line is I never had it. That's not true. Okay, it's the thing. Let me see. Nope, I didn't mean to. No, we don't need to. We don't need to do that. Just let me load. It's gonna be. It's. I'm right here. Owned by the victim. It's. Oh, well, maybe it's not this.
Objection.
Okay, it's that. It's that. Have you ever seen this before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This was until the day of his murder in pawn in Mr. Winterbank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on that disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of this disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of the skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow the court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that if there's a small scratch, it's consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What? What is the meaning of this? So you admit it? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Order, order. Well, Mr. Graydon, it would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple. You see, the disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. So, accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. The disc. There's no note on the disc saying for me gilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy guttering, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that night. I think one of the things said there's two, right? Take deposit. No, I think it's not this one. It's probably this one. £1, 1 general. Written very neatly, but still ran out of paper, so you have to use anything you have. Okay, what does this say? Oh, wait. It says 13th. That's, oh. What is this? 15th. Oh, this one is expired. The one she had is expired. Oh, but it's a different, it says this is 10 shillings. Oh, for one small box. Never mind, this is a different one, so never mind, this is something else. No reason to break into the shop, so did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? That famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Order. Oh, well. I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. Gilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Winterpangs. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming that this belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Winterpangs in order to get his hand on the Gilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, will you now commence your cross-examination, please? Maybe the thing is mine. There's no under this. Staying for a deal. Well, let's first this. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claimed that that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in the pocket, and yet there is a note on that reads, "For McGilded." I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question is a pre-production sample. Promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that I was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced upon? Yes, exactly. You didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? Nope. No, because Mr. McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut, which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Redemption ticket was stolen from me by the appearance of that filthy guttering on the day in question.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Mr. Stroud lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking the insalubrious areas her kind frequent. Mr. Stroud did not know such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came up to the pawnbroker that they prepare all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You're looking for her. That's what brought you to Winterbanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
Evidence, you can say. My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Winterbanks before? Only once, for the purpose of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her? Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. It was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Or do we? In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded.
Is that right?
As evidence.
Excuse me!
Hold on. Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. Eh? No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Where the police? Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about it. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago, a man renowned throughout the capital for his great contribution to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Banzeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume? The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. What's that supposed to mean? The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strong. You're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks over here. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all that he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop. So... okay. I think it's gonna be... Hold on. I'm gonna... issue from box. Okay, that was okay. I don't know where we found that.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value amongst the forfeited items. Nope, not at all. Oh. The valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelf was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later at that day in order to recover Mr. McGill's disc. No, he just said, nope, I know that. Have you not been listening, man? Have you not been listening, man? Even if I wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop that night than as I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of Mr. Gillard left in that shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see if it's that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. McGill slipped this into his coat pocket and it had deposited at Winterbanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on the suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Ina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind, but McGill did as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking this into custody that day. But Gregsy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. The last thing. So so Mike, it must be the other thing that we couldn't find.
Objection!
Yeah, the ticket. This disc was deposited at Winterbanks on Magnus McGilda's instructions. You do that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, this was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilda had another article in pawn at Winterbanks, as this second pawnbroker ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilda in Winterbank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Yeah. Oh, that's right, because he fleed. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk in the shop and purchase it. Well, no, but that's what you tried to do, but there would be absolutely no need for me to resort to the theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that, for some reason, this Great Ace fellow needed a small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winterbank's pawnbrokery. And the rest assured the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-hatted recorder again. As previously explained, he's using this plan as a shop layout. Okay, here's the back cameras. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winterbeck receives the customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGilda's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on the 13th of April, to be precise. It means it would have been on the shelves for forfeit items, on the shelves of the forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on the 15th of April. Oh, the victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. Yeah, okay, it's easy. Yeah, it's moved. It's moved. That thing we did see you at, that was the box. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Yeah. There is a difference. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered the theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. No, they didn't, because they would have noticed something was different. We counted every single item each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ah! I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he's stolen McGilda's pawn box. Well, not that he stole it, he took whatever was in the box. I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in fact, one of the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be something hidden discrepancy in these 2 prints somewhere? Yeah. Use a thing. I guess you can skip if you wanted to, but or not. I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these 2 prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. And to indicate the precise location of the discrepancy in which you speak. It's in.
Take that!
Granted, these 2 prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the 2 pictures stereoscopically, A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me... Wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. It was disturbed. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Winterbanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked it up, this particular box, and then returned it to its place on the shelf. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those pictures.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means it's quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but all right, the Gilda's box wasn't stolen then. But it doesn't mean the fact that it was moved like that changed things. It changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that be? How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact is what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible, with a vital piece of evidence sitting on the shelves at the Winterbanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zieks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to the Baker Street at once, attain the small box in question, and bring it back here for further examination. Bailiff! We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. Would be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zieks? This is nothing but a smoke screen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted that this is the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such a commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilda perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of this trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society whose reputation implied, in fact. So I propose to toast to my learned friend in his most insightful defense. The articles as a standing member of society pawn were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man... Hold on. No, that does make a rather lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or shoes. Though goodness knows if Mr. Gill was rich enough, but you can't deposit cash in a pawnbroker, I'm quite certain of that. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. Hold on, what was the first thing he said? To have a music box like this, I assure you I wouldn't accept it, even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Undeniably compelling. And it is incumbent of the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by the fine citizens could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc of Roxanne have related to this case? Yes. Well, yes we can. What's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilda's true character. We know that this is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Mr. McGill's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no, and that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. Well, but Ginny, that's better than death. It's better than her going, because he's up for capital punishment. So, hey, it's better than her dying. Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Aris? Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out every time. So yeah, so basically you can't lie for her. All right. The exact significance of this thing, of the things that Mr. McGill deposited with Mr. Winterbank, is something that only Gina can explain to the court. So ask her to, but I put her on the stand to testify about that. It could critically damage our chances of winning this case. Lock in. What's the right thing to do here? Have her testify. Because yeah, we need to know. No, have her testify. The truth comes out. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGill's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Winterbanks by Mr. McGill, my lord. Mr. Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question, and once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you consider the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to enter the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. The witness is currently in the stand and may step down until further notice. He's doing the thing even without the hat. I shall bid you good day. Nope. Well, wait. You're not. No, you're not. We're not done with you. You just. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Mr. Lestrade testify. As you wish. All right then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. Yeah. She's gonna have to trust us. There are articles that Mr. McGill has deposited in the Winterbanks pawnbrokery. Are you intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago? Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in this trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGill. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more. At a twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. The old brickmaster was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGill. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murderer in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been being acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilden died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. And indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither did this nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Mr. Strahd, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I mean, I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Mr. Strahd, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it is transferred that you willfully withheld information at the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Vinny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris? We're on your side. All right then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilden's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth and commodities thoroughly lacking in your original statements. This is it. Then, everything's going to come out, like Van Ziek said. Yeah, she could just say she was threatened by by McGilden. She was under duress. Hold on. I know I got that. Wait. Lock in. Get it twisted. This could bring down the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. As a truth teller, we have to the real truth of the omnibus case. The truth is that Britt Baker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and as that pair on the roof deck went to call the cops, slops. That's when McGilden slipped his driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord? Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in Mr. McGilden's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned Japanese friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That Mr. McGilden fellow was brought into the court, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in it together. You're wrong. The lawyer, Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, It is imperative that the court allow the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of Mr. McGilda's pawn articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of the calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Barretts fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. I think the reason why he's getting in trouble, obviously he didn't know that he was lying, but I think that's his job to make sure they were, but he didn't know that I don't know. The real truth of the omnibus case. The truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me off from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor.
Hold it!
Was it this you saw? This disc? Yeah. I reckon that oh, why? What are they talking about? I reckon it probably was. I was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but Mr. McGilda picked it up pretty smartish, and he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I seen or to no one about the disc and all. I was dead scared the way he was looking at me. I thought if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived, and that he asked me about being a diver too. But after that while, what had happened to the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden I heard a scream from over my head. I heard these women to call the slops. Well, let's just press everything. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down to the skyline and noticed the cove with a knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses, and McGilda got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to a halt, the two coats from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilda, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver? Yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe. Beppo. Fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if my memory serves. What did McGilda and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, and stuff like that mainly. That's when Mr. Gilda slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop around about. That pawn shop obviously being Middenbeck's on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Fancies. McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded up all careful like before I handed it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat, and what's it gotta be worth a few bob? Yes, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Binley was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember quibbling with him over the price of that afternoon. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilda flashed some brass in his face. He went running off with Ida Lick. Then the bog trotter called me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened to me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard. Threatening you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to be a scrapper if I did exactly what he said, which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said, which was, he told me I had to hang on to the ticket from the pawnbroker shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if I didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in the lug to stop it being forfeited. They left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would we get? Why would on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. There's something because what McGilded had the driver deposit at window banks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go. So I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth out like that. Jenny's really put her faith in you, you know. Yes, and thank her to have this basic charge of perjury once his trial is over. But I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It sounded really dope for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, another thing. What's that? Yeah, those two are talking. Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Did I press that? Did I press everything?
Hold it!
Did I press that? And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well? Okay, yeah, I didn't press that. This is odd. If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath the seat, one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It pitched back under there, so yeah, you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain you claim Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what you told me to say. I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I didn't hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. Like they kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, when they got louder and louder, it started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then, all of a sudden, I heard the noise like someone kneeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let an involuntary scream. Yeah, that what gave me away. The Irishman dragged me to the floor. Saw the kiss on the floor.
Hold it!
Yeah, what is this? Yeah, it's
Hold it!
see. Okay, yeah. Right now I'm just making sure if I got every statement.
Hold it!
Yeah, I can take it, yeah. Can I just do it hold on, can I just do it? It's gonna, yeah, maybe I have to just do it at any point.
Excuse me!
Is there something you'd like to share with the court? Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon. Whoa. Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? Oh, okay. And you have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us what is this discussion about? Discussion with this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I got anything to talk about with this shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus, negotiating concerning the disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point, that this is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the Cove did die right after his trial, I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have gotten them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilda was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. My lord, the evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. And the mysterious little box deposited by McGilda 2 months ago. Oh, you know what, Mike? Know what I think? I'm trying to bet that is the music box. It's a music box. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece of this far-reaching puzzle. It's a music box. Yeah, this is a music box, 100%. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawn broker by McGilda 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Yep, it's a music box. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although, in truth, I had an inkling that it might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here we have the means to play back the Mr. McGilda's disc deposited at Windibank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilda's disc. It was the disc of his victims in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box to Mr. McGilda? I believe the answer would become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Leave the court now. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord. Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, very well, they're unrelated to this case. No need to spoil the slumber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. This may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is the policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Ah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. Uh-oh, it's gonna be something very incriminating. Maybe a conversation by Mr. Strongheart. It's a code. It's a thing. It's Morse code. What? What on earth? What on earth? That's currently not what I would call music. No, it's a code. It's just the same note playing over and over. It's Morse code. Jury number 4, come in clutch, please. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if this officer said that the defendant didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, it feels the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, all right. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music box be memory if the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue. I believe that it could be irrelevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see that could have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands here chortling like a victoriously, the secretary beside him has a rather telling expression on its face. It's as if Graydon recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. I can easily tell. It's Morse code. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lip as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you told us what they are not, what do you think they are? I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. You enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, I will be the death of your ill-informed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno, I just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyways. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Wait. Wait. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one that this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If you're asserting that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony you've heard, is all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now, tangible proof that the latest wild speculation. All right then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of sounds of the music box is okay. So this is going to be the story.
Take that!
Today's paper, counsel. The headline is "Pawnbrokers perishes and pig purse plunder. Hardly supporters of your cause." No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look at a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mo, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines were somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Door number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever's the matter. You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could only be nobody perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order, please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, counsel, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is treason and what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I'd have expected you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nation would certainly pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, the gilded perished, and the all-important display unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if this were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason and punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. Gilda would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. It's a two-part. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Oh! Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Huh? The prosecution demands that a witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. That being a most legit legitist defense for which the law of the land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may. You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Snatch Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. But we ain't baddies enough to sell our own motherland. That's right. We're what they call the three Skulkin brothers. I'm not your bruv. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer cannot possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It's some low-class brickmaker. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with the McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, all we done was break into the gaff the other night, like what he told us to. If we know there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. That was a surprisingly short testimony. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin. One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime that on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov. We did. So now they admit it. Quiet down. Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are talking about, are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up with all this monkey business? You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Bobo Bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ah! Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court as evidence. Treated before the black. Hold on, let's check that music box. What is that? Oh, what is it, Bruno? I just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Oh, let's open it. All right then. Here it goes. Oh, look at that. There's another movement on the other side. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two disc movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. So that's what it is. We're missing a disc. The communications officer wouldn't can possibly steal his government. Guys, the sound produced by the music box aren't even Morse code.
Hold it!
It's this statement. They're not. To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent to listen to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked by ignorance. It would be more than happy to demonstrate the basis for you, sir. Ah, a lesson. You're in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say. Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you can construct letters. I see. For example, this is a A. This is B. Yeah, for letters, it's like how many is resemblant to like the strokes to make a letter. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you don't hear one tone, don't you? But it just sounds similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there is no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. Your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting your aspersions in the future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things were thought into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use the music box to somehow play back Morse code? There's still every possibility that the music was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend? Repeat the same line of argument and ad infinitum. It's already been established that the Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes. Yeah, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear that the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to decipher secret messages into Morse code? Oh, that's easy. Oh, right is it, Bruno? The music box. Just the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Oh, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. All right then. Here goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the other side. So does that mean you can set another just to play back on this side? I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Who would have thought there would be a secret movement on the other side of the music box? And this movement is like the other one. The tones teeth are all the same length. So this movement also produces a single tone, like the other one. Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. Most of can only play two notes. Yeah, so basically.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in the music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens. As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With the second disc in place, the music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. Yeah, we don't have the disc, and may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with Miss Gilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or disc. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Huh. Though I has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between the Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear. Looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Renault. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Okay, so... Oh. Did he know that? So let's press that. How did he know?
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in that omnibus, Miss Gildy killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to do with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but the people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with Mr. McGilden and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have an infamy, sure, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Fucked. Okay. Did we know where? Look, all we done is break into the gap the other night, like he told us to. Let's just press these two guys' statements. Like Mr. Graydon told you to. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do? You mean? That's it, yeah? Who else, eh? Silly me thought we was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the router had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? You mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Mr. Graydon's an old China. Hold on. Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who? Me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have right or left together way back when. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't add him to Evit. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy, always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Lord blind me, ain't that the truth? I remember Riverton and Skulkin's milk run. That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oh, yeah. The geezer asked us this question, didn't he? And we was asking. And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Added to the testimony. My lord. Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital written information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. A skulk is never skulking. Milverton and Skulkin Milk Run. Go. Milverton. Milverton. Ah! There you go. Yeah, his name. That's his name. His name is. I'm gonna send for that.
Objection.
No! Let's just consider the implications of that statement for a moment, shall we? Okay, so no, I have to press it. What implications, counsel? Nothing strikes me about it. Exactly. There's nothing striking about it. What does strike me is your propensity for the inane, however. I need to clear my head and come to stand from a different angle. Okay, so that's a press. That's a press. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we got going back in the day when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. They must have had there must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourself and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought it was... Oh! Is that's his... Enough of this. Is that going to be... He's the son or something like that? Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Hold on. Don't interrupt. No. Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Oh, his name is Milverton, so he's probably the son. Tell me, why is it that that was only at the mention of the name Milverton you decided to interject? Because well, there weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, you see? But Ash was always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is a bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you could rely on this testimony to two thieves, huh? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Ah! Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin testimony have been reliable. For once, you were born in Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. Yeah, so he's his son. That information could change these things and could turn out to be extremely important. Ashley Graydon. All of a sudden, we seem to be up in our necks in a few serious matters. Serious matters of national security. Although all this talking about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this state. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiations Jenny overheard on the Omnos 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windobanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the Omnos, it was Mr. McGilden. No, that was Mr. Mason, the break maker. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. One of the key to us making headway with the hostages. This could be those two brothers. Okay, let me save now. Yeah, this is the thing. He's who's a brickmaker. It's the thing.
protection.
Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victims, the man who we know and understand do not have been negotiating with the Gilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaster? That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service, and it really wouldn't take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to Mr. McGilden in collaboration with your father. But why? His dad was the middleman. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By the dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? 1 second, water. Wait, hold on 1 second. Oh, sorry, Tracy. I thought I heard a noise. Someone knocking my door. What do you mean, counsel? Yeah, dealing information is being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Grading concocted this elaborate scheme using the 2 music boxes to encode the information. Presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. It shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his ends. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at the window banks 2 days ago. In an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had pawned and placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Winterbeck was killed, that it was moved. The intruder into the pawnbroker touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingenious demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So the question is that one naturally begs answering is this. Was it only, so they're probably the 2 of the same disc. Why was only one of the articles disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained a second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Cook, bro. Cook, I'm afraid, sir. There appears to be blood seeping through your sleeve. Oh, was there? Oh, what? Oh, there is. What? Ah, 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windham's pawnbrokery. One took the life of his pawnbroker himself, and one struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And in the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common black slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. As you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is, well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulking Brothers gun hit the pouch and around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility. So then where did the bullet that killed him come from? And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbanks was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. Grr. The only person who could have possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you. Because that gun only had 1 bit of loaded. You're gonna say that gun, nope. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact that, naturally, I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I had built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed a crucial moment? You see, this mistake makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... What? Who's got... No. Order. He probably doesn't know that he only keeps 1 single bullet loaded. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claims is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. No, you fool. You know, it's actually up to you. You're cooked the moment you stepped onto the stand. The moment of the shooting. Hold on, let's save. Yoma berry. Hold on, what time is it? 6? That's when people stream. Um. Ooh. Nope. Okay. Hold on. Just want to see. What am I gonna have? I think I have McDonald's for dinner tonight. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When I went back through Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the store. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched... Wait, what? Wait, what did he just say? When I went back through National, I felt a sharp pain. I pursued the man, but he shot himself in the storm. People in the door, though. Accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. But that doesn't make any sense. Then she tossed the gun out of the people, so I picked it up and it made... Huh? That's... So then she tossed the gun out of the people, so I picked it up and made my escape. Oh, so she's saying no. Good gracious. This is quite extraordinary. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order, order, order. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now, as an act of self-preservation. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, he was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could have someone be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that could be such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? But we know that's not her blood. We've seen the blood. Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to the true science, not some amateur's detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Harley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here in science, but what do you? But that's not even. But those things. But that's how those, as law in theories must be proven before they stand. But theories start off as ideas. That's basically what a theory idea put into practice is. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. The Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. For your lordship's permission, we can shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Remember, we found blood on the thing. Well, we know, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they tested with their chemicals... Oh, help. You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. But it's not his blood. The pawnbroker's purple. But that's not Mr. Winterbank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by Mr. McGilda, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, I defense objected to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Fancy, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Tina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Okay. So lock in, lock in. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. I went to back to answer the counter. I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I stirred the man, but he shoved himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, and surprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job made out of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets out you see what's in the room from outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through the peephole as well? Not like he left, didn't see nothing of the sort. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windbags take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and the young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Flee to safety. That doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna press it. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterwing gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, though clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the evidence in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl staring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned them to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. But no, that doesn't make any sense. A chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Is there? Okay, no, it's that. So I'm guessing it's that. So she was holding the gun. He was holding his Mr. Winterbank's gun, so that doesn't make any sense.
Objection.
No? Okay. No? Okay. The fact that she was holding the gun wasn't the thing.
Hold it.
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. That's a little crock, man. Come on. What a load. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun for that scene of the crime. Can you produce said gun? Yes, it was yours truly. I left it clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? Clear up. We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Fluid here told us to tidy up. He thinks our bloomin' mum thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroking that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at it.
Excuse me.
Gentlemen? Nah. Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, he's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. By the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? And why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it. That flaming people on the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Or blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That was so strange. The stranger doesn't normally get quite worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. What's your feeling, Bruno? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in this testimony at the moment. But he has to find a way to break the granite quickly, too, because once they discover the blood on the overcoat Dina was wearing, it's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood. Strike me as the sort of thing he claimed had been intending to see it happen. We know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbeck, so what's going on? All I know is that it's very unfair. Why should some German science test be accepted as evidence while mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too. Never mind that. I had to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony. I had to find it before the prosecutor discovered the blood stain on his coat. Referees adjust the bro.
Hold it.
Let's just press everything. Mr. Windermere emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, you were just your regular middle-mannered burglars, that's all. You don't like violence? Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items, looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place, and Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me a little bro, but the old geezer checked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled the gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting up on the board that has the pawnbroker together? Shame on you. Sorry, Gov. And the window back through the cancer, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. You mean that's when the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the three men were growing. It was exactly at that moment that it happened, though I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the counter and the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no chance but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled the gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way, and then the scrapper threw that door out back. At which point, what did you do? For the man, but he shut himself in the room.
Hold it!
Did I get this one already? Yeah, I did use the gun right there, but it decided to flee the state. Maybe it's this? No, I don't think it's that.
Objection!
No. No. No, it's not that.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes. Through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains were invisible now, with what the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, the garnish sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it's sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Winderbank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, though unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. But, bother. Oh. My lord! Requesting your lordship permission to enter that cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. But the thing is, we have something else with the blood on it. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. The traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. And goodness me, gunshot wound. See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Winderbank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Winderbank's, Mr. McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on the overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue favorably that for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you branded him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have had earned yourself in this country. Ah, but that was... I call it a bally disgrace treachery. That's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not. Even a stereoscope couldn't handle the answer to the proper pop out. It can't be done. But we use Mr. Stone's specially formed chemist. Mr. Stone is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in the chemical formula devised by me, for example, then, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Piroski to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. That this proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such conclusions, sir? As the witness said, the accused coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Ah! My lord, been a long battle this one, but this is old Warhorse has something to say now, if you please. There's Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the quadrant has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir.
Guilty.
Oh, here comes another summation examination.
Guilty.
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 Oh, brother. It's been a while since we had one. I was thinking to myself. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? Get up! Get up! How very distressing to be held in such a low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Huh? Officer? You delivered the report now. That would be all. Thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Oh, it's Holmes. It's Hurley. Hurley? Am I going mad? Ah! Mr. Sholmes? What is the meaning of this? Mr. Sholmes? What in blazes? Order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. As well as I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you? You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. My goat. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance which I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Yeah? Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Soames, are you all right now? All right, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I'm only just managing some of the strength to stand, man. I've asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me, so I passed out. Whoa! Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Well, That concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigation. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Suzato. From Miss Suzato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Suzato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that a couple would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you have, would you find yourself in considerable peril. In that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Suzato-san. Whatever could it be? Oh, what's this? This is the door, the cat door maker. What? What's this? Oh, it's the machine I made. Ah, the cat door maker. Is that what the trapdoor is? Meow. Look, I use this, my latest invention. What is that? I call it a cat flapomatic. Flapomat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. Huh? But what's Susie up to? Miss Suzato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? Before she actually went off. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Soames? I couldn't say. That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Suzato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. Huh? That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. Suzato-san used this cat flapomat at night, but why? The cat flapomat. But why? Did she hide something? Oh, maybe she was there for the disc and she saw it. Your 5 minutes is over. Ah, we're out of time already. All right. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need not no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their learnings. No doubt my learned friend will consider the summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. Obviously, I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, defense requests. Oh. It should be this, right? Now it's time to come to this. My only chance is to appeal to the jurors and try to change their minds. What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Oh, okay. No, it's the cross-examination. What do you think you're doing? Sorry. Oh, sorry. Sorry. My fault. Further cross-examination.
Objection.
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection.
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with the one of existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, no, my lord. So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, then the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its right to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit unremitting protection of these proceedings. If therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. So one chance. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. And following that, the situation remains unchanged. I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsel? Oh, brother, this is gonna... So one thing that... So let's look. So she used it. So what about it? Ooh, these restricted seats doesn't get ripped out through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They made a special ally developed just for the job. Cutter rotates 10 times per second. We can get through any kind of door. Get any, and what are the two parts at the top here? Those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course, nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat even the toughest of doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say it, what it's for, but it feels as if we rally the calf up as that it's a good weapon of door destruction. Baga has so adorable, so there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. So it's capable of grinding. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most dangerous. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. Yeah, he's gonna collapse. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes. Doctor. To stand so insucky. Okay, hold on. Google Assist, come on. Explicitly define. Allow hope.
Insouciant.
Insouciantly. Okay, insouciantly. Okay. To stand so insouciantly and before the court in a state of such a high fever, either the man has extraordinary sense of mind or extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Recommend when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Solmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to be decide the entire outcome of the trial. I feel like there's a hair on my tongue. Yeah. Very well. Very well. Hold on. I didn't mute right. Very well then. Under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. So the one time, this is the last moment of the shooting again. But while the referee was jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. I went back through Nash with the counter. I felt a sharp pain in my arm. Oh! Hold on. Oh, I don't know. Here's what trying to say. I saw the blood spatter of the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out through the peephole. Is it this? Is it this on this statement? This is pretty much a Hail Mary, honestly. Examine. Oh, is it that there's no people on the door? That it was made with this? Oh, yes, it is that. The peephole wasn't there. I didn't notice that before, but no, the peephole was not there. So, yeah, there's no people at 1 a.m. So it's only after we came that it was there. So I guess they probably.
Objection.
Here you go. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Yo, it's my cat Flappleman, my lord. It makes a way for the cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and then make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flap. Okay, I wasn't crazy. Before, when they were showing the door, I thought I saw Iris's emblem on the bottom of it. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there were no cat flaps in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help me if I describe this function in another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene of only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winterbeck had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Miss Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it recently come to my attention that my assistant made a use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door that I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself. So basically when we must have ran after them, she must have used it to look inside the storeroom. Inside the. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much as my testimony. How else could I witness the crime, for pity's sake? Yes. How could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. All right, it's time. It's to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the people in the storeroom door, and until such time as he did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! But that's crime scene tampering though. This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the people in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. So that's why. So that must be why she called herself a failure. This is the most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. I was in the few minutes I had left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Great's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Great's testimony that appears to be incriminate the defendant is based upon that what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that people did not yet exist in the door, there is no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In the short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ugh. And the two pictures can confirm it. Order, order, order. Is there any credence in this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to be that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Wacky. Gooey. It's time for dinner. Huh? Meow. What? Well? Ah. Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. When does the cat blasted the oak paneling of the Old Bailey? I'm not done yet. Don't worry. This doesn't mean the people in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flap on my cat flap crates are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the people at Winterbanks is the exact match. Ah. Hee old Slicky's lost for worlds. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. Can you prove it? Yes, you can. For the sake of the argument, let us assume that people was dimensions the perfect fit of this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands your proof of your answer. Ah! What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device, but now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, we can prove it. My learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel, don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Suzato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel asked for the defense will present its evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people was in the door with Winterbanks. Yep, that's easy because I found it already. What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? Take a look. My judicial assistant, Miss Suzato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel? This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Yes, agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defense's broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of people of any description. Ah! Like Mr. Graydon. Huh? You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, that there was no people in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. You don't. Ah! Order. I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we know now beyond all doubt, reasonable doubt. It was definitely him. My learned friend's assistant guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly, where's Lord? There's more? Lord Van Zieks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It was true. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No! I don't believe in this, but they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know that they say there's no point in locking a cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been the line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense. What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. The gun. Other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is a provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about anything about, namely, the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she saw him. But how did you see him if the door was closed? But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the people in the... Exactly. That point is now that not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's that the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. Once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Winterbank's constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pond articles, and my lads have thoroughly examined all them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have not know nothing about the people in the storeroom. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. Exactly. While the door was open. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more here that I can add to the testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh. It's not at all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Uh-oh. Wait, did Thing feed you information? Wait. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, if I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. I do, yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claimed to have seen were told to him, must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is this person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? I'm sorry to say, but the person who just tried to leave, I think it was you.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? Me? Objection? You had better have some proof this substantiates such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during this course of the trial today. Indeed, our preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such a time he wasn't summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only when Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while the trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chamber during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events of that transpired at the pawnbrokery, which means, and the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where the illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. No, they didn't. Oh, I just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff and the was dispatched to retrieve Mr. Gilda's music box from the music scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. They were talking. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Grady and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been impossible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I begin with confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, he wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps he did it accidentally. It was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for the details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Grady agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
If it's becoming clear that jumping in with the accusation is these students' specialty, I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to this baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded the witness return? The court must see proof that the alleged deal. If Inspector Grayson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. And that must be it. Bruno, do you think this could be it? Yes. It is the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. Then I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Grayson made with the witness? It's probably the music box. Or it's probably, I better do the disc because if it says it's in 2. Oh no, the deal was.
Take that!
This was this. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, it's not true that you've been working on another very important case. What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Miss Windermeg's by Magnus McGilded, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possessions are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the discs for details of the case. You little... Ah! That town of the Baskervilles. Order, 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 order! On the day of the incident, when you met you at Winderbanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is and McGill down to this yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. No, I don't do it. Don't give it to him. It's mine. It's mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of the government's secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry at any means necessary, and do it on the QT, strictly hush hush. And that explains why, when I presented this as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Well, I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music boxes, did you indeed reveal the confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known these incidents of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No! Ah! Cut.
Objection.
If, and I stress if, assertion sure that to be founded in truth. It would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached the alleged deal with a caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted the gentleman's agreement in this manner. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious! Then, you mean to say, Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has a second disc actually on his person?
Yes.
Yes! The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order the examination of the personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector, that won't be necessary. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement. I'll not happily submit up to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force, this is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. This must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well. Counsel, you know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the personal effects? Oh, it's gonna be searched someone else. I would say search Holmes. He probably put it on him. Search someone else. Yes, this event formally demands the search to be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nippon stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. You've got nothing to hide? Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal... Whoa, no! Defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. Why was it a light slap? No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, you sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions, so you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith, because that's the British way. Well said, dear young lady. Indeed, this court has in awe of the defense counsel's conviction. and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has a disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. I think it's okay. I think it's him. I think it's Mr. Holmes when he came up, because he didn't know it was Holmes. I think so.
Take that!
My lord. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, not thing. Who? Oh! Remember when he grabbed him? It's him.
Take that!
Yeah, when he grabbed him. Oh, my lord. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Yeah? Blimey? Me? Him? Very well then. That one uncharacteristically, I'm not gonna say. He did something weird. That's what I'm trying to say. Action. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search for personal effect. Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have an authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But perhaps personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Ah! Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. It is not is it not Inspector Gregson? So yeah, this dude was content on setting us up from the start, basically, or letting us take the fall, make us lose our thing, lose the case, let thing die, let us face major repercussions on all that. Never mind. This dude's a bum. Inspector Gregson's a bum, unfortunately. Order, Mr. Skulkin. What have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective. No? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure, but at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior. For a brief moment, I don't recall what unusual behavior. Ah! It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Grady answered many questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did all that and all that. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. It was wishing I had been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me and whistled like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear. What he did. My head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character, but looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Grayson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it? But if I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc that he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? Because he knew he would get searched. Because if he anticipated that this wouldn't happen, this is a court of law, he could have submitted it item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that Inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush hush. Hush hush, a top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realized there was a chance that you may be searched here in a court. You took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, slipped the second disc onto his pocket? So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection.
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. You... What? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon to acquire the disc? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. Huh? I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done has been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for the final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In his service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Apparently impressive idol. Stop. Detective has very much trust in the eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. The 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson. And if they declare their decision now, is Ginny going to be found guilty? And if I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Mr. Green killed Winston Winterbank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Griggin into admitting that he struck a deal. Well then, counsel, I think it's time to impose as jurors declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their nope, you're gonna know what we're gonna see. We're gonna play to this. So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Presented against Gregson. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Eh? What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit the deal was clearly struck with Graydon. The music box. Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box, counsel? Yes, with a disc already in place and are ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, counsel? No, wait, I can't let you do that. No, well, but you better say you made a deal then. Hold on one second, I gotta drink. Oh, getting dry. No, wait, I can't. No. I can't let. I can't let you do that. Why not? But because because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection.
Object. Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole country courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Nope, don't care. I'm not British, man. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie into the court, all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. He's like, yo, that's actually pretty base. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zieks, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection.
He's like, shut the hell up, man. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Ugh. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No! He's like, okay, that's very well. The defense stance here and that of the prosecution have been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to this music box Listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Hold it. All right. I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God. Start that blooming box up. There you go. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Oh, hold on, sorry. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details as stage for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial is resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The people on the storeroom door and the bloodstains all over on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. You said you still reviewed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, and if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There is nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape the conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into this pawnbroker on the night in question. Point! And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windebank. Nah, you... Oh. Traitor! Uh-oh, he gave him the Heimlich. Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! Get owned. That's it, then. It's all over. Objection! I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, and to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. And one day, I met him, my dad. My father, Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a queer talent, you are, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. That was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for the inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lower of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box, my father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a box machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was different. He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up the story. I've got some work for you, father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought it to score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, you know. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the two discs, thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. And then I meant that I could deal with McGilden in two separate transactions. And first of all, the first of the two discs in the music box for playing them, I exchanged them with McGilden for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay out 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of that deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes. But his father died for it. I sold the man the information with that way a number of times already, and it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Mapleton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilden, not yourself. When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed deal with McGilden, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Buy me to the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McDillan. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc. I asked him to make, he never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? I'm sorry, revenge on, as anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. Mr. Gilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. So the crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with Miss McGilded by then, so I was spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself has shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After you twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. Oh, he was there, so he's the one who killed him. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilda's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready. Oh, so that must have, so they're saying this must have been him. Everything is ready, sir. I'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? This sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not an inconvenience, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for that myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGill that he could examine the omnibus again. Yes, that's right. An imposter hired by me. McGill used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGill inside and sent it on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see? One other person. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Oh, sorry. Purely because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you young men. What's this? Winterbeck's pawnbrokery. Aye, there's a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in the pawn. I put a jewel in the pawn for you. I'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. And I'd never even heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? Have you not, Mr. Graydon? Hold on. London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. Oh, I should. So I knew that if he had taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in the pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now. That's when we first met you at the Winterbanks at the afternoon 2 days ago. You had a description of Mr. Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilda's pawns, and he must have threatened her somehow. I was very convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make her some inquiries about her. I had a strong suspicion that the girl would come out of the ward work on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, he did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to the window bank to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilda's overcoat and the one disc that was in the pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilda was involved. Inspector, you've recovered so fast. Our orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find the articles before the police did. So that's what prompted me to break into the place on the same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Mingo were searching the counter, I located the music box I sold to McGilda on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes. I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang. A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced her limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. I shot him. Before I knew it, what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned into flee, and I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, that bullet hit home. I struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storm door for refuge. A sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Rico even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Window Banks on that wretched night. The truth is revealed, finally. After a very long trial. So that's that. Earlier, you called Mr. McGilda a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. But you literally did exactly the same. You're no better than he is, to be honest. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. Yeah, you're the same. You're just as bad as he is, so you're a monster. And monster, you've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilda. Yes, I think I have. He became the thing you sought out to destroy. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. So basically, 2 counts of death. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. I accept. Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape. Helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the light of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Narrative's called. Hold standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are already to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. Eh? What? What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. Eh? 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbeck's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seemed. Eh? I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening and turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box disc containing a message of Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. You gotta rub it in. I'm very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gerson to admit what he'd done. So, if I may say something to that on that point, isn't that jury number 4? Juror number 4. It's about the sounds produced by this music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What do you say, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam. I might an unhealthy level of obsession on one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that, meaning a series of 2 different notes. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade. Yes. Okay, no, because if you remember earlier during investigation, there is a copy of the disc. Hurley has his caramel on him that made an indent of the disc, so maybe we'll find out what it says through that. Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, It ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, we pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but it ain't if you want to change it to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself. Could that be? Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windabank, proprietor of pawnbrokery and business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. That is all. Court is adjourned. Whew. Well, that's it. There's no more trials. So what? It's just us two. So what do we? Oh, so we're gonna listen to it here right now. You're still here? All right. On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there is anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we are all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me. Oh, it reminded me of my friend, of toasting friendship to it, with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. So through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. He knew Kazuma? Wait. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the true answer, whether you like it or not. Whether you like it or not. All right, then I'll wait for that day if I must. He knows. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. So that must have been Kazuma he was talking about. Because we're in the same. Hold on. We were the same age. Well, we're not in here. Five years ago. And he was 27. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? To get Hurley, of course. Oh, Gina. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said you'd, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before. See? Get the promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one, but that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in the trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. The betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Vina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and you trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have to thank you for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make me a fat lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, all right. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Oh, it's Sholmes. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellows? Ah, that voice. Is it too late for that voice? It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Aha, yes, it was me all along, I would have said, when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Aha, yes, it was me all along, you see? This dude is so goofy. I'd assume you'd be taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed, I was, but I managed to escape again. Why did you do that? Oh, well, why? I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. Merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great as being cold as ice, maybe? Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having some snooze in your soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I've indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Soames? And, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal into the trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Soames. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead. Anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make, exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilden, in fact. So basically, lol, you're gonna get owned. But of course, I paid no attention to such irrational dribble myself. Thanks, Captain Obvious. Yeah, well, don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, I'm upstairs. Him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like the Rock Trotter are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is just one thing though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lies is another. Well, I ain't like Mr. McGilda's. Oh, I ain't like McGilda of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles. See? A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Lestrade. Oh, hey, just give it a rest, all right? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been there? Uh-oh, Iris. Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. The pair may be utter fools. This pair may utter fools of themselves. These guys, what happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these adults didn't know my person at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in some trouble one day. Oh, well, this world, I'll be careful. Ouch. Ouch. Oof. Anyway, it's just a shame. I was still hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You're the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering? Taking the box of stuff? What was in blood? Blah, 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 blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is a main offense. I've been diving in an offense. It's a job, innit? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? No, well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them a lot like me from the slums, something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, man. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes. Goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Odo? Yes? Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, you say thank you. I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right. I see. Well... Thanks. Thanks, Odo. Ah! Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well. Quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this child's all over the front page. Pickpockets innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? Totally tongue twister, man. You should have known shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Give me the bad news. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Early? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Let's not go there. All right, then. Maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. All right, then. What's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailing out of Dover will have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely. Surely we couldn't be that lucky. What do you think? Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station early. I made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of the known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. I gotta explain. Dude. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. Let's go. The Elise are off. Hey, five. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So yeah, I believe it was 5 p.m. So it took 10 hours to get here. That took somewhat longer than I anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Hold it! Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Dina's trial go? It went well. He was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your encyclopedia in British law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san? Would I be incorrect in assuming that it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. Why? How did you even come to have this, Susie? Oh, on the evening of the incident, Mr. Soames had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Bruno's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. Also true, on a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat Flapple-mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winterback's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... bang. Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo has left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized I could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had received sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, he used the cat flap to make the peephole in the door. I captured in the photographic print of the shop. Iris. No, by the one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was the first importance that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight of that met my eyes, made my blood run cold. So thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated evidence and raised false testimonies to secure his freedom, and made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though it was sure she would never have done such a thing, you were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room where someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it. There would have been a way to see beyond the door. Ah! For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't exactly there until after the crime had been committed, of course, and the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap. Is that why she did it? So she used the peephole, and if they used making the peephole after the crime, and if the person who wasn't there said, oh, there was a peephole, is like, oh, well, no, there wasn't. So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made it peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even, and that's why I decided to confide in Mr. Schultz. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, without no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. He really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have been rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Mrs. Saddles said I shoulder the blame, we burden the responsibility alone. For your sake, and Mrs. Strahd's. Mrs. Zotto. The truth is, when I happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Brayden is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicit Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Zotto, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mrs. Naruhodo, you saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Mr. Strahd's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation of the music box disc contains secret messages. Secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. But I triumphed to work that out. I'm full of admiration. See? Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh? It wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said the majority of the sound on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one should expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. Secret code. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, so they have been intercepted. In cipher? Ah, I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand this message anyway. That is nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-price problem, I assure you. What? A Asogi? Huh? What? Asogi? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait! Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asogi. What the heck is going on here? Asogi? Does that word mean something to you? Means something. Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before. When the message was, oh, she understood the message? When the message was playing it on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message was probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least, it was a Japanese Morse code. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying it's Japanese? Yeah, that's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it? Isn't it? Hold on. Let this Iro. Is that true? Yeah, oh yeah, it's Iroha Morse code, Waban code. So basically it's Japanese Morse, yeah, it's Japanese style Morse code. Okay, sorry. And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi? Oh, nope, no, not duplicate scenes, nope, don't do that. Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. Aris, would you let me see that? Mr. Zato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code would become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? But be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Oh, is it gonna be, wait, is it gonna be that he's not, whatever that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susanoo-san's fate. It does say Isogi is alive. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is K. Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was that his name on that disc? Second is A. Shin. Don't know who that is. A. Shin. Shin. I don't recognize that name. Third is T. Gurigson. Gurig. Greg's? T. Gregson. Gregson? Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing on the secret government communication as well? And the last name. What's the matter, Miss Susanna? It's probably our Naruhodo. It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. It's our Naruhodo. It's like, what? Or maybe it's a prosecutor. Last name is J. Wilson. What? As in J. Wilson. Wait. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? Uh-oh. It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the four names, it reads, if translated from Japanese, that is all four. So basically, this is targets. And then it mentions, or rather than is what you noted down, Iris. It's targets. I just can't believe it. Tobias is I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those dark discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of the disturbingly familiar names. But it would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind of between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where's Susie and Runo come from? Oh, well... No. It's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are no thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yuma University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving this case of Mr. Winterback's murder today, we're left with a billion more questions. I feel like I rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, as they say. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Well, it's time to go. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound. Oh, yeah. I'm like, no. UK is further. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you for so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. I promise. About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the Esseburia when I was right up in that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown. You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy, Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really wanted to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. How about a Susato takedown for old time's sake? Just like how Phoenix, well, spoilers if you haven't played Ace Attorney 1, this is the same way it ends. Kind of what the or
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
yeah.
Of course there will.
Yeah, there will be trials and tribulations.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
You gracing us with a performance.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Huh? There's more? Yes, Mr. Stove. The game kind of ended. What's up? What's up? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special. Oh, brother. The sue over the express train, apparently. What? Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at the stations. Oh, brother, but really, we would never have made it to Dover in a time otherwise. So, can you be with anyway? I explained everything and how it was all your fault. This guy. Huh? What? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow, but not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Suzato, you'd love defending yourself in court. Huh? Wait, what? Come on, say it. He's gonna say it. Huh? It's all right. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who would do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes. Yes? Objection! A word, if you don't mind. Well, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Objection! Oh yes, I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one to use here. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Objection! And with that... And with that, we beat the game. Okay, this is only the first one of the two, but I can see what people say where they say this is one of the best, and I have to agree. Most of the cases were interesting. Even the last one was really good. And the ending too kind of teased something greater going on. That left leaving me intrigued. Mr. Holmes is great. Iris is great. Suzato is great. Ryunosuke is great. Why did I say the main character last? But well, Cooks is an overseer for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast. I also didn't read what he said, so man, you can see it in the VOD. Ouchie, witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban clients hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, I don't know. Knows his father's an innocent man. Are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses. My courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. The judge. He looks cooler than the British judge, or the English judge. I like how he looks. Goat number 5. having delivered the Russian dancers to shore in Shanghai. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. Oh, yeah, Soseki. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wakahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. And man brings some kittens on board, and suddenly he's a hardened criminal? It's not fair. Soseki. And Inspector, who name escapes me. Strongar, this dude is hiding something still. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for English. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, moves hundreds of parts meshed together in perfect unison. Time's up now. If you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Deputy Chief Anderson from Nikkei. Holy. You're cooked. You're a bum. I hate you. You're a bum. You're okay, but now you're a bum. Whenever I say that one line in the show she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Hey, her ladyship puts me to shame. So does your actions. Being visiting the gold girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my dear old jailbird. Must say, battling with those ballet stairs every day has done wonders for the... I'm not saying that Dicky Peg. Managing rather well with the housework too. Got this maid business, hoping the gossiping neighbors don't realize that man of the house is his own maid. Mr. Garadeb. My Rolly is back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. Yeah. You're all right, even though you kind of lied to us. Actually, no, you're not. I hate you. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners. The drop happiness. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Thank you, Devs. Gina, no, my goat. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. The Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. He always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Maybe that criminal investigations, huh? Give over, bro. That ain't what Ash we used to know. We ain't got time near the complaint trying to come into of Milverton's and Filkin's milk run, eh? The Three Musketeers. What's this? Yeah, well, he's gonna die, so he committed a capital punishment, no? So he's gonna die. So Susato, the #1 goat. The past has been a time I shall remember evermore. Painful goodbyes, wonderful encounters. I come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Their system will return to you one day. But for now, I'll leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. The #1 goat. Aw. 22-1B Bakers. Hold on, I had to get that for the. I had to get that for the thing, for the video. Kazuma, stand tall. Because yeah, we didn't really. Yeah, so you got handed over to. No, we don't know what happened with that. The Russians. Inspector, I can't remember his name. It's K something, I think. Osanaga or something? Hosonaga. Oh no, Hosonaga. He bowed out. No, Kazuma. We had to part ways. He bows out. You have to live with the goat for the rest of your life, lady. Oh, and Susato gives us a sword to carry on his dream. The Sogi clan sword. Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. Welcome to Britain. Beppo, Mr. First, and you, banker. The gilded scum of the earth. Mr. Holmes, to be honest, he should have been. We should have seen him on the ship because that's when we first met him. Mr. Sholmes, yo, Elementary, my dear, is he gonna join us? Oh, he is. Gregson, Rolly, and Patricia, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb, Soseki, and Wagahai, Iris. I see there's space for Iris in the back too. Lord Van Zeeks. Oh, is he doing the same pose? Oh, I'd never noticed that. I think he is doing their pose. It's just at different angles. Vina. Get thank you. Detective out. Peace. Finn. And that's that. And that is all she wrote. Hold on, let me take this picture. Oh, well, let me get this picture too, just in case. Okay, just in case. So yeah, that was well, hold on. We're not done yet. That was the first game, but I think we're gonna save that for another time. So I'm gonna end it here, folks. But before we go, as always, remember, if you like what you saw, please consider leaving a like. Follow me on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, or X, the everything app, if you like to say that. And hopefully you'll be here on the next time, in the next stream, joining me for the continuation. So thank you and goodbye. Peace. I don't know. I don't know why I did that. Yeah. See ya. Bye. Just ignore that. Yeah. Just yeah.